Morning, Tatum. Morning, guys. Okay, definitely some divergence this morning.
Just keep in mind at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, see the release of the US new home sales units, forecast 0.633 million on the prior 0.34 million, with a range of 0.675 to 0.607 million expected. The new home sales change, forecast minus 0.2% on the prior minus 0.47%. Apologies, the prior minus 4.7%.
So ES this morning held our overnight low as supportive. We immediately pushed down into it, found our bounce, recovered previous day value low as supportive, and then rotated up. So if you are using the levels indicator or if you have any understanding of profiles, we understand that on a recovery of our previous day, we are looking
1
for
minute
this
remaining.
to
Ollie,
hold as
please with the
supportive
US new home
for a
sales units.
rotation up. We can see as well that NQ still just holding the same buy side pivot as yesterday. All dips have been bought into this 920. We were able to push back in to our previous day POC and rotate up to fill the gap, and then look back into previous day value high on NQ. Same resistances as before. We are still just kind of holding this as the high of our range here. Not really too much else to say. We're watching to see if RTY and ES can hold value.
10 seconds.
Testing into it right now. for the day, right? Value for the day. But yeah, I mean, there's not a ton of upside until we can see ES and RTY fill the gap and show it as
0.619 million,
supportive. But
0.619
as of right
billion, lower than
now,
forecast,
we are holding
0.634
higher
million.
lows
The change of
overall on the
minus
day.
11.3%, minus 11.3%, lower than forecast, minus 0.2%.
We have quite a bit of divergence with NQ already filling the gap, ES and RTY still holding the gap. And if you look at your sectors, you can see how much of a mixed market we have
The
with
US new median
semis,
sell price
really
is
the only thing that are green
$417,000, which is down
and are only
0.9% from
slightly.
May, year over year,
Everything else red.
which was $421,200. We have posted out the US new home sales May report on the feed for anyone interested.
ES holding 525. No change. Need to break this downtrend that we've started to make after hitting our resistances on NQ and ES, right? We just have a downtrend in play. I'll just put on a regression channel just to make that easier to see.
So seeing the prior revisions for
Want to
new
see
home
previous day
sales,
value high become
revised
supportive
to
again at the 75. We're
0.698
going to keep
million
going.
from 0.634 million. That's the change, also revised up to 2% from
This is your
minus
reoffer on
4.7%.
NQ. Let's see if we can break. Would like to see 90 go supportive if you're going to look higher, or just expect sell side is just going to be sitting here short term. And same as yesterday, like 525 to 530 on ES. Same range. Need to break and hold 530s is supportive. We want more. Again, first risk off is into 90s. Need to see a look above and for that to become supportive. Previous day value high held again on retest. And we are pushing up. Right back to our original sell into 20K. Winnable. Rory, it's like instead of just pressing W key forward, you waited and you did max. You know what I mean? Winnable. You didn't stand in the pool of fire this time. Easy. Yeah, when I decided to actually log into my PC after work. It's really hard to like want to be on my computer after doing full days trading. Not gonna lie. Good morning, good morning. Yeah, I mean everything above us is sell side. So we really just want to see us be able to build above this like 90 to 2012. To this 012, and then we can just kind of start to figure it out. Only real like referenceable levels are like the ones up at 60, I think. If not, then you're just kind of waiting to see what happens as ES fills gap, and that should be your profit target for NQ and RTY. At least be like your first respectable target. Because like what the only thing that's above here is again just like this push into I got 60 to like 80, and then you've got this guy up here as well. Everything else is just kind of sell side above. But if we can break this um, seller up at like 20s, there's probably something here for a shift. But I'd just really pay attention to ES filling gap. NQ testing previous week value low right now. Still just trending up. 6 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. This 33 is going to be pretty tough to get through, I think. It's your 15-minute VWAP on ES. It looks like we probably just need to build this out a bit. It's also your weekly AVWAP, your previous week value low at 31s. So see if we can build it out. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to know. You either played the levels below us that made sense, previous day value high holding, and the look back above, or you're now having to wait. Semi is really still the only thing that's green. 0.5%. Retesting ES value high here. Russell still just kind of holding. Back to our 90s on NQ. Two and a half minutes until new 15s. What did MU do last time? Last ER? I don't remember. Gapped up last time. Gapped up the time before. Nothing. Nothing. Mm. New 15s. Just looking to see if we can hold the yellow, right? This POC of the previous candle here. Basically 20K. It's 20K to 990, like your short-term pivot.
So pollster IFOP sees the far-right national rally in France reaching 36% of the popular vote ahead of the first round of French parliamentary elections. So again, this is taking place on Sunday. There is also a televised debate happening in France tomorrow regarding this. So we're looking now to the Fear and Greed Index, 42 out of 100, which indicates fear. Crypto Fear and Greed Index at 46 out of 100, also indicating fear. Keeping an eye on the VIX as well, it's currently down just 0.8% at around 12.95 points.
What is this alarm? Such a random alarm.
So in 10 minutes time now, at the bottom of the hour, see the release of the weekly EIA inventories numbers. Crude oil inventories forecast sees a draw of 2.82 million on the prior draw of 2.547 million. The range sees a draw of 1 million to a draw of 3.048 million expected. For the gasoline inventories, the forecast is a draw of 1.5 million on the prior draw of 2.28 million. Distillate inventories forecast is a draw of 1.05
Morning,
million
Flicks.
on the prior draw of 1.726 million. Inventories of crude in Cushing, the prior was a build of 0.307 million. Just making note of the API private crude oil stock
Morning,
change, which
Gav.
came out last night after the close, which showed a build of 0.9 million on the expected draw of 3 million. So again, API crude yesterday did come out at a build on the expected draw. And there is some correlation between the prints.
I'm tagged it. Another hold of our 90s. Same levels as before. 90 to 20k is just what we're looking for to hold. It's very easy to see this node. You can look and see that we're holding inside of our 3-bar structure. And this is an inside bar holding these buy-side deltas. Need to recover previous week value low at 12s and be able to push over 20s if we're going to get anything more. We're also diverging from NQ and ES here. ES almost done filling cap. I just closed my long because ES just filled gap, so not a ton more. Just what I said to you earlier. Cute arrows. Thanks, man. No, I did not. But I can. I just really can't be bothered, you know? Usually don't talk to people unless I'm actually planning on following through. Or it just kind of feels bad. I'd want the same thing from someone else, you know? But that dog doesn't make any sense. Like actually a bear in a dog costume. If you guys want context, look at the size of this dog. What Every time I look at that photo, I'm just more confused. Uh, it doesn't make any sense. So our previous day value high here on NQ. After we filled gap on ES, immediate rejection. Watching to see how we react here into 75s. Morning dubs. Semis, which is what was carrying us up before, have now gone red from half a percentage up to now half a percentage down. Pushing into our value low, or sorry, yeah, value low on the NQ. Same thing with ES into our value low as well. Watching to see how buyers react here in the bottom of our balance after we filled gap. CS looking below and then looking back above, but doing something like this, where we watch for the rebid of this level on a look below. Just kind of curious to see how we react here. NQ and ES now into value low. First risk off is into 75 if you are playing off of the test into value. Personally, I did not take it. Waiting to see if we have one more leg down into 20s or if we can build back above 75, 80. on NQ. Just watch previous day value high as resistance now, basically, just like it was our support before. If we can recover it and hold, then it's the same trade. Just value bounces, bottom of range on both. Into our offer now. See if sell side's serious. We hold this imbalance from 80 to 90, or if we can start to build. Retesting previous date value high here into 75s. Says 10 points if you're playing off 75s. Again, same thing as before. This is the look above and then retest of previous day value. Pushing into 90. It's a Russell move. That was a while ago. That was at 10:30. That's when we got our bounce on NQ. So, no. I mean, if you were trading crude, yeah. Another 10 point, 75 to 90. Same things before. It's like 85 is your offer into 90. Nothing here really until we can start to build higher lows. You see how we have these two POCs above us on the 15? These yellow boxes, yeah. So that's why I'm just saying like there's not a ton here until we can make those supportive. Just expect your offer to be there. So the only levels we have to play off of below us are value low on the day, right? And then previous day value high. Those are two potentials where trades could have been taken here and here, right? But until we are able to push through this guy, all this sell side, like you're just risking off into this until we can build above again. It also just happens to be the same range that we just took trades in. So like, it's nothing new, but that is the reference point that I'm looking at based off of footprint. It's okay. It works for how I use it, which is just it semi works for how I use it. I think that the data's not great, but as long as like the POCs are relatively accurate and our deltas are semi-accurate, it still works for how I use it because it doesn't need to be exact. It just needs to be a general area where we're looking to play around. And for that purpose, it's actually pretty viable. But I don't trust it enough to not look at the trade of 8 footprint first. There needs to be a better way to clear spam emails in Gmail. Jesus. Russell coming into value here. See if once the Russell stops selling, if we get a value bounce, if that is allows the market to find a direction, right? We're just watching this edge. Can we start to pop and break these lower highs in this channel down that we're currently doing? Or does this become our resistance at our overnight low or a continuation? Right, just kind of watching this as our pivot. Can we build above this 3270 and pop? Same as before, recovery of 75s, push into our 90. Good first target. Watching again Russell to see if he can get over this 3270 and continue. As soon as the Russell stops selling, we get movement. So far, rejecting across the board at our local pivots. Again, need to see the Russell be able to build over this 3270, or we expect more of the same. Same thing with our 90s. Offer still holding there on NQ, but things don't look bad. If we can build above. Again, it's just like playing with the look above and then testing back into 75 and then just scalping it back up into 90, like 85, 90. Waiting for the higher low and for things to make sense and then exiting. Not looking for more. Have we gone higher? Yeah. But it's a for sure area for me. So just scalp it. Like 200 bucks, 200 bucks. We can build here. Awesome. Further bounce off of 25s on ES, and then pushing back up into our value high here at 530. We should all be pretty familiar with the 25 to 30 range on the ES. Garbage. Pushing right back up into this absorption that we saw earlier on NQ. Again, would love to see like this 12 become supportive on a look above, and then we look for a bid. Not a ton here until we do see that though. All the 20s, kind of just resistance. Watching ES into our value pivot and a previous week value high into 31s. Russell testing our 32.7 again. Retesting our 3270 on Russell. See if we can bid here now. So far, it's just seeing absorption into any look over this to this 20K. Still waiting on the Russell to show that it wants to hold. It is holding at 3270, but no real lift as of yet. Just absorption on NQ. Doesn't look bad, but I mean, again, we do have these buyers who are offsides at the highs. Just waiting on RTY to consolidate here, or that pop into 35.50 would be ideal. Start to be able to build over like 0.005 on NQs, really what we want to see, and not just continue to see sell side just taking in any lots traded into that. I mean, it doesn't really show well on this one, but buyers below our wick. These are all buying deltas that are offsides. We are unable to build above. These are buyers that are in the highs that are now below price. So these are all buyers that are now below price. No movement above, absorption above. Green is buying deltas. POC and all of these green buyers are below current price. So, I mean, like, common sense is telling you that that's absorption. And when you look left, you see that it's happening over and over and over again here. Well, you can't see them closing, but what happens when you're on the wrong side of a trade, Camille? Do you close your position or do you leave it open? What happens? Well, you have to cover it, right? You have to close it. And what does it mean to close? It's to sell, right? And like, what if you're what if you're caught on the wrong side of the trade and you're in a short? Well, you have to buy, right? So what does it mean if we have buyers that are offsides? Well, they're either having to force close positions, which is selling more contracts, which pushes price, or they're offsides, right? And we will get to a point where they will be liquidated and we will get covering happening, which is a forced close, which is market buying, right? So if we know that sellers are above and that they're absorbing all market buying contracts there and that it's still our resistance, we can be like, okay, well, this isn't ready to go yet. There's no movement, but lots of buying deltas up there, but no upside movement. So until we can push through that and show it supportive and show a bit of more excitement, like we should continue just kind of respecting that as our resistance. As long as sell side's willing to take in those contracts and absorb us into that area, then like what are you looking for? Are you moving the price? If not, then like you need to respect where that seller is and where these buyers are clearly being absorbed. Into our PT here on the Russell into 35.50 off of the hold of 32.70. NQ still stuck. Russell into our value high here. Yes, into our value high. NQ still just waiting. Need to be able to get through the seller before we can get anything else. Looks like you made it up right away. Good job. Are these not showing up on our chart? Okay, there we go. Back down to our 75s. See if bid holds or if we get a rejection and then an offer for a push down into our 50s. New 15s. Just as before, need to watch our offer into this 85.90 off of another hold of 75s. New PVZ zone as well. Watching to see if the Russell can now hold value high as supportive. NQ and ES still range bound. Coming into the bottom of our range now on NQ, where we've seen bids step in previously. Again, just these 50s. Watching to see if 50s continue to hold or if we push for a new low and these buyers go off sides and become our offer on a retest. So pretty important area for NQ. Yes, into our 24-25 area. Let's see if buy side can hold or if, again, this will go offer. So far, not a ton here, right? Just range bound. Either the range persists or we will break and the range low will become resistance. Immediate bid, bottom of our range. First risk off, of course, will be into your 75s. Need to see a recovery of previous day value high if you want anything more. Then above that, 90s. Excuse me. If offer holds, then we have a continuation of our downtrend and there's been no shift. That's so sad to think about. Six-hour shift. Indoor 75 offer. Again, need to see previous day value high become supportive, want to look above, or just expect more of the same. Why is this on my financial juice? Newsfeed. Uh, what are you talking about? Hong Kong wildlife authorities are looking for the owner of an endangered sea turtle after the reptile was left abandoned outside a marine education center. Green sea turtle was in a plastic container box with a letter. Like, you had one job. It was to read a sentence. What? The blue zone on NQ you have marked around 948-ish. No, that is not. That's just it's a like a level that I've drawn. PVZ has us coming down to 33 to 20. 933 to 920. That's just where value shifted. What I have marked right now is our current value low to our current PVZ at 64. Right, so this is us trying to get back into value right now. If you look on PVZ, you see how this says value low when I hold it. So we need to make this supportive, or this is going to be sell side acceptance, where we're looking for a push back down to our previous value lows. So the way that PVZ works is it creates a new zone. This is our first 30 minutes of the day pushed over. So how is value shifted? Well, we are below our value high from period 1, which is from here to here, and we're below our value low from period 2, which is here. So this zone above us is resistance, and we should be expecting a return back to previous value if we cannot hold our value high from period 1. Really that simple. So we're just watching this area below us for dips. We want to see buy side be able to push and hold us back above 75s, and then we can rotate back up. If not, then we look for a return back to previous value because we are unable to hold the highs. So in a volume profile, if we are unable to build above value high and we've entered back in, then we should expect rotations back down to value low, because there has been a failure to shift value. If the highs are no longer holding, we need to go back to where buyers were previously. Which we are now there. It's the same thing on ES, where this 22 previous day value low to 520 is what we're watching for. Does it go resistance or not? So watch our 920 on NQ. And we watch for the offer to now hold here, or I'll look back in for a trade of the range. Is So are we looking for trap sellers now at this 518 on ES? You want to see a recovery and hold a previous day value low, or we have continuation down? Most likely. We are still just in a channel down. You are playing off of 920s. This is a great first risk off. We want to see if we can build above this 40, this like 35, 40. If we can, then we can come back up to retest like 55, 55 star value. Testing our 3270 on the Russell again. See if we can build above, just like last time. Same hold as before. Held our value low. ES retesting previous day value low right now, and our value low on the day. Need to make this supportive or expect this to be resistance. We can this. This is where we expect our offer to be sitting if it was going to sit anywhere, or we expect a move back up to 2750 where our POC is sitting if value low can be recovered. Right, so we are looking for the recovery of this and then a push into this if we're going to get more. If the offer is going to hold, we look for a look over, a lower high, where previous day value low becomes our offer again, and then we can look for a new low. Yeah, from the previous 15, yeah. And like what you're looking for, Ty, is for that POC from the previous candle to ideally stay bid. For that yellow box, that blue box that's highlighted in yellow. You want to see like buyers basically any dips into that immediately be bid so that those guys stay offside so that they can be punished. Also just shows the ability for a higher low to be forming. You can see the same thing on NQ, right? Where we held POC on this reversion candle as supportive and then pushed off. Our first look back in on NQ value low. See if we can bid here for a return back up, or if our offer will hold. Same thing on ES. Just watching to see if we can build and hold here. That move up to POC on ES at 2750. Previous day value can hold, as well as our value low. Just we are at our selling offer. Can we build and continue? Or is this going to be a bear flag and a continuation down with a failure to break our lower highs? Something to keep in mind is just watch our Russell rotation, as it's been trading in a box, and we've yet to see the ability to push over our sellers that are here, and yet to see buyers be able to, for sellers to be able to push below our buyers down here, right? So we have a very clear oscillation right now. So if we lose momentum on the Russell as we come into this, you can see some weakness in the overall market. If we hold 57s, we go back up to 75s. You're talking about on NQ? Yeah, I would say that makes sense to me. If we can make, I would say 65s is probably your level that you're looking for, but yeah, we're watching for a pushback into previous day value high here at 75s. Again, just watch Russell as we come up into the top of our rotation. ES is now at our target into 2750s POC. So NQ doesn't need to do anything because Russell and ES are at target, right? So respect that. But yeah, 75 is what I'd be looking for in NQs if we get any sort of continuation higher, understanding that we already are at pivots on two of the things that we're watching. And then, of course, above 75s is 90s. But yeah, 75s is very good. All footprints pretty garbage when we trade in a box, to be honest. So just this is a zoomed out version of our footprint chart. You see we have some sellers here into the low wick, and then our POC is our supportive hold on our new 15-minute candle. And we've now created a stacked imbalance of buy side activity below us. So we're looking for pullbacks to be here. If anywhere, we want to see buy side deltas showing. You see how this is a FVG, quote unquote? Do you see how that's represented in our deltas? Yeah. And this is where our seller is above us. No, it's again, it's not a void. It's buy side activity, one directional trading. Extraordinary buying. It's not, it's a different kind. It's not a void. It's a buying delta. Yeah. But like here, I'll screenshot for you. So like our stacked imbalance there shows just buying deltas. But if you look on the 1 minute chart, it's literally just a FEG. But this is a real imbalance. It's an imbalance from buying activity that pushed price up. And we're back into our selling here. I should have left a runner. Is what it is. I was in from 20. Am I done trading? What, you think I'm like end stream? Am I like happy with my gains? Yeah. We're up bigly. New 15s, 40 seconds. Not a ton here. It's retesting our value low, it looks like, on NQ. New 15s. Such a cloudy day today. Lame. The bottom. I didn't buy until we were starting to go up. So the recovery of 20s is when I started buying. Well, so like that 920 is our 30-second opening range low. That 936 is our 30-second opening range high. So it's a look below the 30-second opening range low and then a bid back in. And I already have an idea that that's where we want to revert to. And I see that the Russell is maintaining our bottom for the rotation that I talked about. And I see that we've recovered our overnight low on ES and made a higher low. So now I'm looking to just play off of the most recent low there with my stop. Right? So like we see this action. I mean, it's all drawn out on RTY and ES. But do you see this recovery here of our overnight low? Where we bid back and then do that. So I'm like looking for that higher low bid. We're looking for the Russell to continue to rotate and find bids here. Only looking for short continuation on a push below. And then it's just putting risk on and putting my stop. Like we see we dipped down much further than my 20, but if we participate here, when we get our reversion signal on PVZ, where does it have our stop? Well, it has our stop at 11s, and it has our reversion signal at 23s. Notice how my buys are 25, 26, 75, 27, 75, 43, 25. So our reversion signal is already printed. And now I'm looking to bid and play off of this higher low with our reversion signal or a reversion back up. Well, if I suspect that we're trading in balance, then this is the balance low and we've made a higher low, right? So like we're into our reversion zone on ES, we're into our reversion zone on, oh my God, I didn't mean to drag that, on NQ. We've gotten our reversion print. We're now holding the reversion box high. So like things make sense for a revert back to at least value. And we're seeing exactly what we want on RTY as well. So like why wouldn't I play that? You know? We're into that stacked imbalance here, testing it now into 42s. See if buy side's willing to attempt here. Have a good rest of your day, Cass and Ty. Does that make sense, Adam? So we see trap traders, we see ES and RTY and NQ all finding a potential low with trap traders. We then see the higher low, the recovery of a level we care about, the rotations still maintaining, and so then we play like that. It's worth to put risk on, and our invalidation level is printed on chart for us, with it just being the most recent low. But like, what does our action look like on the day? Like, this is just the low from earlier. So what did we talk about right before we actually pushed down? If we look on PVZ, what was the idea here of why 20s made sense? Let me turn off all my... Look at PVZ itself. What have we done? What happened in our first period? And why did we rotate down? Well, we lost value high. So how does a volume profile work? If our value high is no longer holding us supportive like it has for all of these times, right? And it's becoming sell side acceptance back inside the range, where's value? Ask yourself that. Yeah, right? So we're going back down to value low because we lost value high, the buyer's here, and this is now sell side acceptance. So if we're now holding period 1 value high and we're holding period 2 POC and value low as resistance, and we're back inside our original auction, then it only makes sense if sellers are now here that we're going to rotate back down into here. That's the way that I look at it. Yeah, and just like always, just keep reminding yourself of this, right? Like this is the chart that we look at. This is how ideas are generated. Oh my God, of course it's too large. But like what happens on a pushback into value on that chart, on the that infographic? Where do we rotate? Well, POC and then value low. So far, still just holding that buy side imbalance that was created. Came back up to our 65s. So what did we just see happen on this candle, this new 15 that are popped. Think about what just happened, the interaction here, and why I care about the price action on the 15 and the footprint. Well, we came back down to this buy side imbalance where these deltas are, right? Immediately found our bid and then meet our seller from the previous candle. How do we know this is our seller? Well, we have our selling deltas here as well as our POC. So this is my first PT. What are we looking for to happen for rotations? Well, we're looking for rotations in between this zone, right? We understand that this is, let me actually put this on the, so it's visible on both charts. You see, this is the POC from candle before, and we can look at this as where the offer is more than likely sitting. So we're looking for dip buys from the buy side deltas that are sitting here on our footprint. We can see these buyers. They are very present. All this green where we held our previous POC here, right? So let me highlight these in yellow so that they're translating correctly. And this is that buy side delta, so we can make this green. So if we have an understanding that we are holding our previous candles POC, we've bid, and this is now the rebid of this level. So this is the close of this 15-minute candle. The open of the new 15 is here. We are bidding at the POC of the close of the previous 15. We are then looking to push up. We see extraordinary buying happening delta-wise. We are pushing back up, and we are looking to now play around. We're looking for a pullback back down into this buying delta, and we're looking to take some risk off into the POC of this candle. We know that the POC is right here. So all of a sudden, you now have a scalp from 42s back up to 65. And this is just playing higher lows, and then playing off of this buy side delta, and then trading into this POC. And until we can build above this level, we should think that there is going to be sell side absorption here in our offer sitting. And if we can build above that, right, we can make 90 supportive again. We know that we can come back up into that 20. Yeah, for sure, right? But that's why I talked about it beforehand. So like I'm trying to like give you like we're doing a review, but it's the things that we talked about right before what happened. Actually executing. This is why we talk about how like Mario and I have given you the ideas. We are telling you the trades that we're taking. We're showing you the areas of interest, right? But like execution is still on you, and it completely changes everything, right? Like your personal execution and what you're willing to take is going to completely change how everything, right? So like if you weren't comfortable with that trade, totally get it. But like this is a good one to review of like why we were interested in the area. And when you go back, like, oh, okay, like yeah, I was uncomfortable there. And that's fine to be uncomfortable there. But like if you have a reason and you're meeting a lot of the criteria that you like that's something that you should now start to look for in the next trades. It's definitely an issue of like the real time identification is something that will only get easier, right? But the only way it's going to get easier is if you have an understanding of what happened and are able to then do an analysis of being like, oh, okay, these are the things that happened. I can now look for them in the future, right? But that only comes if you're able to analyze and trade review. Without that, then you're still just trading blind. So that's why, again, trade review is so important so that you have a better understanding of how mechanics work. As soon as you have an understanding of mechanics, then they become easy to identify, and then they become second nature. And then you're more confident trading those areas because you have a way vaster base knowledge of like scenarios of what you want to see happen and why it would make sense. You got to build out that library, right? So important. Yeah, it was more like two trades we reviewed there because there's the secondary, which I didn't take, by the way. I'm out, but we did take the original, which like Mario would be much more comfortable taking the secondary trade, whereas I'm more comfortable taking this first entry personally because I already had an idea of what was going to happen, and then we like go into it, and so now I like trading that edge, but there's nothing wrong with taking the secondary move, right? At 40s or even this secondary test into 40s again. Like I added here at 40s on the original trade, and I was fine with that because it's the right side of the V. So adding size here for this push up made sense. But just waiting for us to come back down into these buy side deltas and hold our value low, right, as supportive is also a great trade. And it's the same thing on ES, right? This exact same area where we're retesting our value low is on ES as well. So just waiting for the secondary move, the recovery of value, and then trading back up into POC is a fantastic trade, and it meets all of our criteria. And when we have like a footprint that matches that, right, where like our value low on the day on ES and NQ is also where our buy side deltas are, and we have a stacked imbalance, like that's just added fuel of you being like, oh yeah, this makes a lot of sense to attempt. Because we had buyers there before, and we are looking for buyers to now be there again on the recovery and hold the value on retest. So great, makes for a great secondary entry. Thankfully, right, we have stacked signals as well as our reversion signals that already identified this area for you without you having to do any of that thought. But understanding like why that area is important, and same thing here of like why this area we're getting prints, having a more uh thought out explanation instead of just like, oh, stack signal, I guess I'm buying, right? Like this is going to give you the confidence to either add size into a trade or actually take a signal. Do the different shades of, yes, exactly. So different shades, there's a gradient, and the amount of size in a zone is just how much is yeah, it's an aggregate. So if there's like not a ton, or if it's very neutral, it'll be gray. So if it's like, yeah, if it's very neutral, it'll be gray. If it's mostly like buy side or sell side, it'll be red. And then the shade, right? The vibrance of the color will be in correlation to how many deltas are traded. Russell finally able to break out into our 39. Pretty nice. Still need to recover our 75s, previous day value high on NQ. And we need to be able to push over this 3450 on ES, or there's not a ton here. Just top of our ranges. Russell leading us up. Same as before, need to make this 75, 90 area supportive, start to build, take out this offer, right, the seller here, and make previous day value high supportive, build above, allows for expansion. Good questions, guys. Thank you for asking them. I think that was helpful for more than for at least a decent amount of people. Let me if you have let me know if you wow, I can't speak. Let me know if you have any questions, Patel. I definitely recommend before you asking me any questions to read the write up that I did in the indicator thread. And then after you've done that, feel free to ask me anything that you want. Here, let me just link if you don't know where that is. I think this is you on Discord, if I remember correctly. Yeah, there you go. Wait, I linked you in the wrong chat, but hopefully you found it. I'm gonna delete that message. Let me link you in the right one. There we go. So this is where it feels really bad that I don't have a runner. But it is fine. Into our target here on ES, previous day value high. Need to make it supportive for anything more. Into our value high on NQ. Need to see this breach above this 20k to 20 to this 012, right? Just same resistance as before. If you look left, you can see that this is where the POC is and where absorption took place last time. So we want to see if we can build above this and finally get out of here. That'd be nice. If not, this makes a lot of sense for it to be the local high, right? If we're going to continue just balancing, this is the top of our balance. Go over to our NQ chart here. That's just a little bit more zoomed out without having to have 4 panes. And we can see what I mean. So we have our selling. This is kind of like my no touch area. Anything into here until we show a bit more from buyers. Just because this is where we've seen our seller kind of take control, right? This was that secondary leg down on price off of this other hold of our resistance. This is kind of like my pivot where I saw basically a break of our balance. So we had a balance area that was here. We then were able to go for expansion. We then met a seller and balanced again up at the highs, but then broke down. We then made our previous balance resistance, right? And then we got our continuation down. And then every attempt to come back into this has been met with the same sell side pressure. So for me, I don't really want anything to do with anything up here, honestly, until I can start to see us build or push above this 20 and kind of make it supportive. If we can do that and show any sort of buy side pressure, then we can start to rotate back up to this previous balance. But until then, like what am I trading here, right? Like what am I doing getting into a position here? Unless I'm like planning on doing just like a small scalp, it doesn't really make a ton of sense. But like if we can build above and we can hold, awesome. And if you're in a runner, right, it's fine. But to take an original entry when my entry was way down here, I just don't feel comfortable. But if we're able to build above, awesome, right? Then we can start to trade back into this previous balance and start to do a rotation in this range above. If you have the free version of, yeah, you should be able to. As long as you have data, it should be fine. I think with the free version, you're limited on indicators, Patel, the amount of indicators you can have on per chart, but you can definitely apply it to your chart. Losing my voice. That's bad. It's only Wednesday. So for up here, guys, we're just watching to see if NQ can hold value high. There's not a ton of structure off of this really large move up. Without having to really like retest anything, we can see how thin this action is, right? You see how this is super thin on the profile. But if we can see a bid step in here where we were holding our previous sell side, right? We want to see this guy now be our buy, just as it was our sell before. That's the idea. And if we can't do that, then what happens? Well, we're then back into this range. Um, yeah, so can you link your TV footprint chart for me? The one with the floor pane or just the single Gav? This one? Yeah, here you go, man. Are you pay for the indicators, Patel, right? Or no? So that's the first issue. If you are if you have the indicators, they should be in your invite only section. And you just search PVZ and then it'll show up just like that and you click it. Excuse me. Yeah, so you either just search the word the letters PVZ, or you just go to your invite onlys, and it'll be in here. Right, so that's a different issue. You might not have indicators. I'm not sure. Are you paying for just the premium, or is it the premium plus indicators? Yeah, yeah. So what I mean is, we have two different plans. Sorry, I may that may have not been clear. So we have a. I'm like actually losing my voice. Wow. We have like the standard, and then we have standard combo plan is what it's called, and that has all of our indicators included. So you might not be on that plan. So you should just message Darian if you want them, and he'll help you through that. But that's probably just that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that is why. But don't I wouldn't worry about it too much. Now that you're aware of it, again, read through that thread that I wrote, and you have the indicators via my screen, right? So see if you like them, if you feel like they're responsive enough, and if you have any questions, right? Then upgrade, but don't upgrade too hastily. There's no reason, right? Because you have got my stream, and you're just starting to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So now that you're aware of them, just ask questions about them, and if you feel like they're worthwhile, then go for it. No reason to just outright buy them or upgrade your plan. Tom is Tamikaze wise. Tamikaze, this guy. He's new, and Tom's kind of like had a lesser role, so it makes sense. Yeah, exactly, Jason. And I think that that's a like I really don't want you to like hyper fixate on an indicator, but if you are watching the stream and you're watching how I'm talking about them, I think it's probably like the best demo you can get on like seeing them actually work. And something to keep in mind, wise, is that you have, or not wise, Patel, you have access to this 4 pane chart. You can have this on your screen. Like you don't have to watch the stream to have this, right? So like I share my actual chart with you. So like click this link at this might be all that you want. Now you have your chart, my chart, on your own screen without even watching the stream, so it's live updating. The reason why you'd want to upgrade to the indicator package itself is because you want it on names that I'm not looking at, or you want your own layout. Um, these work on literally everything. So all stock names, all of our indicators aren't like very specific. You know, they're not fitting, which is something that we really worked on. And by we, I mean me. But like you can put these on Tesla, you can put these on Apple, it doesn't matter. You can put them on crypto, and same thing, because everything uses volume. Volume is everything. So as long as like volume profiles are working and price action is fine, like that's the indicators work for everything. We're not fitting data. But stick with that shared link of the chart for now until you get a better grasp of it. And then if you feel like it's a worthwhile investment, then upgrade, you know? Easy. Do I have to pay? Do you have to pay for TradingView to be able to view that? No, the only thing you need to pay for, Dubs, on that is live data. The only way you would only need TradingView Premium if you wanted to copy the layout with the indicators on it. Then you would need to have paid for the indicators themselves. So our combo plan, and then you'd also have to have Premium to actually be able to put all of those indicators on the chart. But if you're just in the view only state, the only thing that you need to be paying for is live data, and then you have everything. It'll just be in view only, right? So it's very limited, but like it's still like the best demo that you could possibly get. Yeah, exactly. So you have to pay for that data. That's all. Oh, okay. So you're saying because it's on a 15-second chart, you can. What does it look like for you, the NQ one? Because I can just switch that over to 1 minute and then everything was fixed, right? There we go. So if I save this now and then you open that, is it now live for you? Oh, it automatically goes to 1 minute. Oh, okay. I mean, well, that's fine. If it shows you 1 minute, I mean, 1 minute is fine, guys. I use 15-second because I'm familiar with it and I like the actionability. But like 1 minute is just as good. Like I promise you, your time frame is not the reason why you're executing poorly. Like I'm sorry to say it, but like if you're missing a trade because you were looking at a 1 minute chart and it was on a 15-second, like that's not the issue. I promise. I'm just trying to be realistic here. That's all. It is what it is. I personally like looking at PVZ and stacked on the 15-second because remember, like, the way that data is aggregated, right, is that it's going to combine the candles and then create a singular volume candle. So some of the data might be a bit skewed. And so like I like PVZ on the 15-second because it's going to be, quote unquote, the most accurate data. Whereas like the 1 is going to be a bit more accurate, aggregated. The 3 is going to be more aggregate. The 15 is going to be insanely aggregate. That's why like your volume profile shows a different value level on just even like a regular, like volume profile HD. Like it'll show a different value high, a different POC. Like they'll be pretty similar, but they're going to be a little off. So if I go to a smaller resolution, right, or a smaller time period, like that's going to be as accurate as possible because it has the most individual candles to work with. And it's not aggregating them together to condense down into one candle. Do you need that though to make money? No. It's just a personal preference for me. It's a good analysis, Stubbs. It's so funny. True. Yeah, so it's a balance day, right? So we are just at the top of our balance. You're going to be pretty afraid to trade the edges of our balance because you want more, right? And so like when we get to these highs, it's like, okay, well, but what if we actually break out, right? It's like what if we keep going? And so like it's preventing you from actually shorting into where known sellers are, and it's preventing you from buying where known buyers are. So that's just like the struggle of trading in a balanced market, is that it feels pretty bad when you have an expansion mindset. Yeah, you definitely will lose access to the indicators if you stop paying for them. Mine is still shit, but I'm getting there, taking a lot of break evens to this day, or being late to move. Yeah, right. But like that's part of it, right? Like break evens, missing out on some of the leg, or like taking small losses. Like it's just part of trading. Like it is what it is. It's all part of it. Can't expect to catch every rotation cleanly. Right, but like think about where you were before, where like those break evens would have been just large bleeding drawdowns, right? Like that's big improvement. Shit, like I'll take, 5 break evens in a row sometimes trying to get into a trade and just getting like stopped out and just being like, okay, well, this isn't ready. But at least I'm not just like bleeding, averaging down on that position instead, right? Like that's the difference of when you start to grow, is it's like you don't need to be stuck in a plan. You can have a narrative and you can be fine to be like, okay, I'm fine taking $100 hit. I'm fine taking a $20 hit because I know in the long run that I will be able to make this up, and it's better to take a base loss, right? Than trying to make the market do what I want and over leveraging in a position and then blowing up my account in a single trade because I'm too hard headed to just accept that, break evens and losers are part of the process and they happen, right? Like that mentality shift is so big. Like remember, your job is to survive. It is not to capture every rotation, it's to be here the next day. Take money where you can get it, get out when you can, lived for another day. At no point in the fine print does it say that you need to capture every rotation and have 100% win rate. Your ego might want that, right? That's a different story. That's something you have to come to terms with. But as soon as you do, right, like that, all of a sudden you're on like a much easier, much more expedited path to success because you've cut out the ego, and now you can just trade what's given. Like for, I would say 99% of you, right? Like there might be an outlier, but like the thing holding you back is you, right? It's your the monkey brain taking garbage trades, not exiting when you know things are clearly a loser, not executing in areas where you actually have edge, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, you have to be incredibly real with yourself. And like the problem is like with something like this is that the only accountability you have is from yourself. And that's really hard for a lot of people, including me, right? Like not having a boss, not having someone that you're depending on, or like a significant other who's like acutely aware of what you're doing, right? Like this is all on you. And that's a lot of responsibility. And it requires you to really take this seriously and be true to yourself because you're the only one that actually knows what's going on, right? What you put out on Discord, what you put out as your persona online might not be who you are, right? But like until you're true with yourself, you're going to be having imposter syndrome and it's going to affect your trading. Right? Like the way that you're going to grow is by being real and start like actually reviewing and being like, okay, I got to be accountable or like it's not going to change. And it's really fucking tough. That's not just like trading specific, right? That's life, but like it really matters here. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn this into like a pep talk, but it's nothing new. It's just like with exercise as well. Like you just gotta start doing it, right? Like I know like trade journaling and like reviewing your trades is super daunting. Like even stepping foot in a gym is super daunting if you're out of shape, right? Like you're like, oh, okay, well I don't know if I even want to do this. Like I'm kind of embarrassed or I don't want to accept that I'm out of shape, right? So I'm just going to avoid the gym. It's the same thing with journaling, right? Like I don't want to have to go back and look at my garbage trades. I don't want to have to go there and like hurt my ego, right? But like the first step is getting in, and once you start doing it, it feels great, and you're starting to learn, and you have more energy, and you're starting to like actually push yourself, and you're getting a dopamine hit from something that's actually good for you. And like that process and like starting to build out those habits is like incredibly healthy. But it sucks at first, right? Like it's that's the thing. Is like it's you got to get over that hump in the beginning. But once you start and you start to see that progress, right? You're going to be like, how did I do anything before this? Right? Like, how was I even thinking that I was going to be able to trade? How did I think that I was going to be able to, uh, I'm trying to like find an example with the gym. Like once you start to see those gains visibly, right? Like you're like, oh, wow, like, why didn't I do this sooner? Right? Like, really, this is all that was holding me back? And the answer is, yeah, that literally was like, just get over it, get through it. what I love about this journey is that the growth in trading had so much bleed into your everyday life, being in control of your psychology and having discipline and a skill that will be carried over in all aspects of life. Yep. Yeah, because like at the end of the day, like the skill that you're training isn't trading, right? It's like self-control. It's accountability in yourself. It's being real with what's actually going on in your head and like getting over that anxiety. It's about building healthy habits and not taking things for granted, right? Like it has a ton of overlap and it can completely change your mental. And for me, it helped a lot with like relationships, even like thinking about like what matters and like it's kind of nerdy, but like thinking about like the risk to reward of like, does this make sense? Like, does this opportunity make sense? Should I be trying this? Is it worth me building out? Even just like working on myself as like a person of like getting into habit and like building things out and like getting a routine down, like those things all carried over from trading into like my real life of just like taking care of myself because it matters. Like when you're depressed, like it's hard to even like get yourself to brush your teeth, right? Like it's hard to get yourself to even like take a shower. It's hard to get out and like get out of the house, right? Like these are things that like you like are so simple that you have to work on if you're in a depressed state. Like building out habits and like getting into a routine of things and like having something to work for and goals, like all of it's connected. And like if you can really start to build and like find your weaknesses and acknowledge them, right? Like all of a sudden like you're just a better person overall. It doesn't just have to be trading. Plus not having to like stress over money is just like so nice, right? Like that's like one of the hardest things is when you're learning but you're also dependent on like cashing out on a monthly basis or a weekly basis to like meet your rent. Like that's a horrible place to be. There was a girl named Izzy who was in here before, and I we still talk with her quite a bit. Where like she was trying to make payments, like she was taking money out and had like a goal where she had to meet a certain amount of criteria to like even like make rent. And it's like if you have that kind of burden over your head while you're trading, like you're going to make poor decisions. You're going to take trades that are way riskier just because you're trying to, get to that value. That's why I hate monetary value goals because I think um you can start to really it's a slippery slope where like you'll start to take bad trades trying to get to a P&L point. I think like general goals are fine, like general monetary goals, but like if you have to make a certain amount of money, like that's going to affect your trading. Like if you have to make a rent payment, like that's not a great position to be in. Because now it's like, okay, well, I need $500 more. Now it's like, okay, now I'm looking for a trade that's going to give me that $500 more instead of just waiting for the setup. And then like the money is a byproduct, right, of your setup, of just waiting it out. Like money will come if you're trading in an area that makes sense where you have edge. That's just the byproduct is you then making money. But if your goal, if the steps are out of order, where the first thing you're looking for is how do I make the money instead of how do I trade this setup, like that's a terrible way to just start. How's she doing? She's a full-time job now. She's in a much better space. She's starting to get back into trading. So not having to depend on trading income to stay alive has been huge for her mental. She works at an airport, like on the what is it even called? Uh the floor? I don't actually know. Like where all the airplanes are. I'm having a brain fart. Yeah, she's a ground crew. On the tarmac. Thank you. God. Yeah, exactly. But like that's a huge space, like headspace shift, right? She now does isn't dependent on trading for income. She now has steady income coming in and is able to build savings and now can do trading on the side. And now she can actually like do self-improvement, right? She's not in a position where she has to make X amount of money by a date. She can now work on like, oh, I can now only take trades that are meeting my criteria. I now can just look for setups that, and then it's just like excess income, right? It's additional. Tarmac runway, yeah. Thank you guys. Some actual brain fart there. I'm really just keeping an eye on the Russell as we push back into our value. There's not a ton here, right? That's just the top of our range. But what we're watching for is can this 90 to 75 really hold as supportive? Can we get almost like a falling wedge, right? A flag to develop here and then ability to push and kind of build up. Um, we've got 3 minutes left on this 15. I'd really like to see the ability to hold this low and then for a 3 bar to form here. Do you see how we're holding this base? We want to see if we can just hold an inside candle here for the next 3 minutes and then kind of start to bid up at these highs. It's weak, right? I'm not interested yet. But we do want to just see this kind of structure hold, and we want to see the ability to bid like this, and then for a 3 bar to hold and push. We're still holding our halfway back of our candle. We're holding the value low on the footprint. We're holding exactly where we need. We're watching to see if this 3 bar is going to break out. There's nothing wrong with trying off of these 90s, especially understanding that that's kind of the 3 bar structure we're in. But we do need to see that push over this like 2021 area on NQ and build above for that 3 bar break for a continuation higher. Just to clarify. Hopefully everyone sees that off of that we're just in an inside candle off of our mother bar. Well, see, Dubs, that's kind of the beauty of it also is that your time is limited. So you're not staring at this at charts for the entire session. You now are looking for your setup in a very specific amount of time and either it's there or it's not, right? The limited amount of time making your P&L or not making your P&L and then having to leave can be also a really good thing for you. Sometimes too much of one thing is bad, right? So like having a limited amount of time and being like coming in halfway through the day, like something like Mario does, right, can be really great for you if you're someone who is prone to over trading, limiting your exposure, right? And if your setup's there, you take the trade. Like there's some days that Mario doesn't trade. He's very good with that. Whereas like I will sometimes force trades and I'll take smaller scalps because I'm here for the full day. And so like if I see something on the shorter term, I'll take it. You know, I'm fine taking a like a 10-point trade. I don't care. But like a lot of the times Mario won't do that unless he sees like a very specific setup. He is a much more likely to just not trade until he sees something on a larger picture. Before I started doing every day of the week, I was only trading 3 days a week, Dubs, and only half days usually. I wouldn't even look at the market on my days off. New 15's opening now. I was only trading 3 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. This trading every day thing and being live every day is very new. And on my days off, I didn't even look at the market. Like, do you think Mario is secretly trading right now? I can tell you he's not because I see him in voice chat with Rory playing a video game. Like, he doesn't care what's going on. Like, and neither should you, right? Like, he does not need to trade every day, and trading every day can be a problematic, right? Like, you don't need to overtrade. Go enjoy your life. Get to do something else. Still holding our 15-minute structure, looking like this is another 4-bar. Just inside candle in between our ranges, holding POC from the previous candle. And our wick lows, still very, very tight range. I personally don't want anything to do with this until we can see a breakout on either side, and then we can play the reoffer or the rebid. I don't want anything to do with this. We already went over why. I just have no interest trading long until we see a clear ability to build above. Or it just looks like, to me personally, this is either going to just continue to chop and build out this balance here, or we're going to have to come back down and show, an ability to kind of hold a higher low. There's only so much liquidity that's present up here. So someone's going to run out of money, either the sellers or the buyers, and that's going to cause a dip. And then from that dip, we should have the ability to know, like, are we able to, like, say we dip down into this is now going to be where we look for our offer for continuation down. And if the dip holds, then we'll look for that bid back up and then try to play for a breakout. But like, I want some excess now. I don't want to trade this range personally. Until proven otherwise, right? Like, we're in balance. We're stuck in this balance. Like, are we able to build a higher? Yeah, we are. And so like, it's fine to look for longs into this lower edge, but the longer we sit here, the less likely it is that we continue to hold this range, right? We'll look for people to get stopped out, and then from there, you'll have a much better secondary entry to either get back in or, look for the break and hold above. Just this is garbage. Yeah, no problem, man. It's only 12:30. Oh my god. Oh. Do I need to do a full day today? What are we thinking? Yeah. It's the dumbs at the automatic, yeah. Ugh. Dude, it's gonna be us sitting here for like 2 more hours. It's 12. Yeah, I should do that before it rains. Hmm. Why is that a give? Like the perfect temperature this week. Maybe a little hot, but like that 60 to 70 area, my favorite weather. What do you guys set your AC to? Like 70s, 60s? 72, 70. No. You don't have AC in Cali? That's rough. Hmm. It's more of a dry heat in Cali, right? It's not too humid. Yeah, so I can see it. No, it's not that bad. Humid heat is the worst. When I lived in Georgia, like you just didn't even want to be outside, man. And everyone in like the South sets their AC to like 50 degrees, I swear. So then you like, there's this shift where you walk into this wall of humidity as soon as you go outside after freezing inside. It's like everyone wants to live in a walk-in freezer. I wouldn't mind going back to Savannah. I really liked Savannah. There's just not much to do if you're not like willing to like go to parties at a college, right? And now that I don't go to the school, it'd be kind of awkward if I was going to college parties. Atlanta's great. I lived there for a bit. It's just a weird culture. Like they have some really strange like behaviors in Atlanta. I don't know how to word it. Like restaurants are very strange. They just have like their own rules. I don't know how to really describe it. A lot of rules. But it was good for music. A lot of concerts. Do you guys live in Atlanta? Adrian, you live in Atlanta? Have you been to Imperial Fez in Atlanta? That Moroccan restaurant? That was like one of my favorite spots with family or like large parties. It was really nice. Definitely a vibe. I don't know if it's still good, but it used to be great. They have like you like sit on like these little cushions and it's like everyone's kind of grouped together in this room that's covered in fabric, low lighting, like belly dancers, like just an insane amount of food, live music. Their mint tea is so good. Oh my god. Just watch this push into 64s. We're watching for ES to come down into value again, guys. Finally getting a break. Watching to see if we get a bid like this into our AVWAP. Seeing our reaction here into our PVZ with the Russell also falling. We've now fully retraced this move and we are coming back down. Really just keeping an eye on this area below. I think that this is probably a good area to watch. We approach into this. New 15s opening now. See if we can recover previous day value high. Into our 75. Yeah, I haven't been there in years, but that used to be nice. When we had like our European family come in, it was always the move. They lived in Morocco for some time. It's like a little like taste of home. All right, let's see if we can get this push over 75 and bid. Want to see a recovery of our AVWAP. Same thing with ES at 34.75. Want to see this become supportive, or this is where our offer is sitting. Same thing with the Russell. Remember, like we're still in our overall downtrend here. Need to break these lower highs, or we will have a continuation down. Just gonna put regression channels on for you guys, so that it's just a bit easier to visualize. Offer holding across the board so far, pushing down. Really just keeping an eye again on this 56 as we push down into this previous POC. If 56s don't hold, I fully expect us to come in to fill out this sell side imbalance. Or sorry, the buy side imbalance. Jesus. Just back down to like our 30-second opening range, etc. Where this green box is. See if our bid holds here at 65, or if offer is able to push us down. Coming into our balance. And remember, we want an initial reaction, and then we want a higher low to actually make it actionable. My bad, I had a phone call. Those were on NQ. Sorry about that. PVZ is at 6450, so that's at 65 that I was talking about, Suave. And then that 56 is just the POC from the previous 15-minute candle when we were coming down. So now just watching for sell side offer to be sitting here if we're going to get continuation down. Getting our reaction where we got a little bit of a bounce, but we now need to see if we're going to continue these lower highs. So we expect our offer to be sitting in that region between 56 and 65. If we can build back over, then we should be able to look for a break of this downtrend and start to trade back up. But everything just kind of coming back down to our lower balance. This is where we start to look for our offer. If sell side serious, you watch as we push into our value edge on ES and RTY, as well as our PVC edge on NQ. So if you did take a long for some reason in this area, this is your first real risk off. This is where we can start to look for shorts as well to see if that offer is going to hold on a failure to get back into value here on ES and RTY. If we can build above, we'll be looking for the ability to push above and then bid on both RTY and ES, as well as NQ over the 65. If this holds offer, right, then it's just continuation down. We have failed to get back over. So it's makes for a great first risk off for longs, and also where we start to look for shorts to get excited. So immediate rejections on our value edge on ES and RTY and NQ. Now we wait to see if we can build out a lower offer, right? We know that the offer is sitting here at our 32.75 on ES. We know it's sitting here across the board. It's just our value edge. We've broken out of value. We need to get back in, or we expect that to be resistance. Makes for a pretty easy first risk off. Downtrend is still persisting. Dapper does not trade Wednesdays, no. I told you, it's his day off, right? Like, he does not looking at the market. Important test here to see if 65s will now hold bid. Need to get back over the 75.80 on NQ. This is our first sign, though, if there's going to be any life from the bid. Still need to be able to push through our anchor VWAP here and our previous day value high. Yeah, so I'm referring to our value edges on the day in this case. That's the dotted line on my chart. That's our value edge on the daily profile. For NQ specifically, I'm looking at the PVC value edge. That's the only difference. So this is our value low on PVZ here at 65. Whereas on ES and RTY, it's just our value edge on the daily profile. This is ES retesting our value high. And we know, like, if we can't hold value high as supportive now, that we should be looking for ES to push down into POC below us. But if we can build here, then we should be able to continue to push up back up to like 35s. So like, I think you're trading ES, right? So let's zoom out. You see how we're holding, it's our PVZ edge, but it's also our value edge here. Yeah. So the stream, you can always find a link to the stream and intraday ideas. I post it every morning in intraday ideas, so it's there as well for you to quickly find. Yeah. So this is our value high on ES. Do you see how we're trying to build above now? If this was going to be resistance, so let's say we push below back into value, we'd be watching for this move back down into POC here for a rotation, because this is our value high, this is our POC, and this is our value low. So if we no longer find value here, right, if buyers are no longer interested in this zone, we would be expecting a rotation through this node back down to our value low. But if we can recover it like we just did, which is this bid, stepping in, we're now looking for our interaction here into our previous day value high at 35s. If 35s can build a supportive, we should look for a continuation up. But this makes for a very good first target into our 35. Same thing for NQ, right? Same exact thing. So on NQ, we got our dip below, got our ability to then hold a higher low, and then we trade back into our 75.80 that we talked about, which is where our offer is. This 75 is important to me because it's our previous day value high and our PVZ POC. This is the point of control for this area. So we know that if we want anything more, we need to build above 75s on this dip below. Look at the edge of our node. You see how we have this distribution that looks like this? So if we want to build, we want to see the ability to kind of like flag and hold this area, and then we can rotate back up and trade into this node that's above us. Russell's still very weak, rejected our value. ES and NQ are in, but still rejecting previous day's value. Watching to see what our Russell reaction is back down at the lows here. See if we can just make this a new oscillator, right? We're oscillating between these two levels. We want to see NQ and ES be able to recover our previous day values and build above if we're going to continue higher. If the Russell weakness, if we don't see our bid step in here into our 3630, right, this area at the lows, then we can see weakness where our previous day values will actually be our resistance and our failure to get through, and will result in continuation down with the Russell weakness. The news spot might be down again. On the 3 minute on in Q, I see this gap. Yeah, so that's so what do you 3 minute orange circle between where we are and the POC? So that is the area where we expect sell side to be present. We need to push through and start to build above in that and fill out some of that space. But we should expect the ability to kind of rotate between the two nodes in that area. So we should have a bit more on the edges of that LVN. We should expect resistance, but inside of it, we should expect to be able to pass through it easier into the node above, right through the edge. We just need to see the ability to build. So an LVN is just where there hasn't been a ton of market participation. And there's two scenarios really. Either one, that area will act as a hard resistance on a look into it on an immediate test, or two, we hold the edge of the LVN on a look above, and then we will rotate through that zone because there hasn't been a ton of interest, and we will push back up into the node above. Those are like the two things that I look for. So like if you think about it as like an imbalance, right, or an FEG, and if you're familiar trading with like an imbalance, you're watching for like one of two reactions to happen, right? Like either it's going to be, say this is like the LVN, and we have a node above, we have an LVN, then we have a node below, right? That we either expect this to kind of act as our hard res and then a continuation down. We expect this to then kind of become supportive and then rotate through, with this then being our PT. And if we're above, we expect this to either hold as supportive or fill this structure and then watch for reactions at the edges. So it's just kind of allowing you to find an area where like we can then know how to interact at that edge, or once we're in it, we know where we're going PT wise. Is that helpful? Yeah, exactly. Acceleration through once we're actually pushed, right? Because there's been no real indication that people find value there. So we should see once we get in, this should be an area of an acceleration to the high of it. But as we push into like the first test of it, right, like that'll be either like hard resistance. Yeah, so then it's just like it's just waiting for that rebid, or like, you know, again, like first test, like you're always going to, if we're below it, we'll be looking at that level as resistance and looking for an offer to be positioned there. If we can start to see a bid show excitement and the ability to get us back in, then we can look to play off of that edge to then play back through. So now you have two scenarios of like what you want to do, and if either reaction happens, you know how to play around it. Into our PT here off of the rejection of 75s into our 56 edge. Again, this is our value low on NQ. No change, still just stuck between these two pivots, but this is the bottom of our range here. Again, for upside, we need to see the ability to hold above this 75-80 area on NQ.
Yeah, it's like the website, Financial Juice looks like it broke. I just refreshed it. It should be working now.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I figured that's all it was.
Yeah, I don't know why. Like sometimes it says like it gives like a upside down smiley face, a frowny face. It says something went wrong, and I have to reload the website from time to time.
Yep.
Uh,
It'd be
yeah.
cool if there was like an auto reconnect on the website. Hopefully they add that.
Well, it's not that it disconnects. It says like literally like the whole web page 404s and stops working.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I could try to add like a auto refresh like once an hour. That might fix it. Like just for like F5s, like a key lock
Yeah,
F5.
but then like what do you do to launch the voice news again after that?
Uh, there's a button you gotta push, but sometimes when you hit F5, it automatically pushes the button. Let me test that.
Okay.
Nope, you gotta push the button. So
Yeah.
I would have
Hmm.
to, I'd have to make like a,
You'd have to make a script.
yeah. I think it's just easier if we just do what we're doing now. It
Yep.
usually works, so we don't have to test it much. Ah, everyone having a good day otherwise?
I think people did have I think they had a good morning. It's kind of just slowed down now, sadly. Hopefully we come back through into this balance right now though on the pushover. I'd like to see that.
Why is Amo, are you here? Send me a DM to follow TFC Light, and then you don't even follow it. I'm like sitting here waiting for like an hour.
Wise, did you hear that?
He's probably not here. Which makes sense. My audio is really low. Dude, I set my voice settings, and now everyone's telling me that.
You sound fine.
Does that sound better? Is that any different?
Not really. You sounded fine originally.
Oh, okay. Actually, that was my output volume, not my input. Yeah, my input volume's all the way up. So I just have I have like one of those control panels for my headphones, and I don't know if it like got reset or I pushed something on it. So
You have it at 200? What do I have him on? Let me look. I just have him at 105. So it seems like a
TX
personal problem,
spatial
Dubs.
audio. Oh, that's cool. I just found a TX spatial audio button on my headphones. Now I have 7.1 instead of 5.1. Hell yeah.
So you want to
See?
build a little support in here?
Alright, I'm
Yeah.
quiet again. You can take back over.
No, you're good. So I was just reading out loud. Yeah, we want to see if we can build above these previous sellers VWAP. So we want to see a bid really step in here, pretty aggressively. We don't want a failure at the highs. So where these previous sellers were, we want to see now the ability to flag here for a bid and push back up the 90s. The thing is that the Russell is still weak. So we really need to see this quickly where we've recovered our 34.75, right? We want to see this push and hold. We should be able to get this bid. If we can do this, then GG's. We have 20 seconds until new 15-minute candles. So we're right here. Should expect a bit of a pullback. And then we watch for a reaction. We want to see previous day value high, hold, supportive. Any dip be bought into this LVN. And then an immediate bounce. Or this will be a failure from buyers up at the highs. And then we expect a rotation back through. So new 15's opening now.
Shortly expecting the results of the
Hey, there he
Monday
is.
super operation.
This 70.75 is where we want to see this bid happen. Or expect a full rotation through and a failure from buyers, just exhaustion at the highs. Watching ES door value retest. Again, 70.75 on NQ, just waiting to see if we can now hold where our previous seller was. It's a little, it's a bit awkward with where we are on this breakout because it was the end of the 15. Oh shit, deleted the wrong thing. I keep deleting the wrong thing. Come on. Such a weak reaction, honestly. Need to see more. Back down to our 70. Bid was so weak there. Feels bad. Yeah, we need to get over this 78. Two-sided trading here into 70s, but we need to break this downtrend now with the failure, or it's just a full range rotation. It's just such a weak bid. Damn, that would have been perfect. So sad. Pushing through our value low here. Watching to see our reaction into 54s. Again, if we continue to just rotate this, there's not a ton here until we can get back above this previous day value and actually show it's supportive. It's such a weak bid above. We're just at our value low edge now. If 54s don't hold as supportive, we will be looking for the offer to hold here, and then I'm looking for a move down into 33 on NQ. Russell still falling, broke outside of our rotation, so we need to be very careful of that. Probably putting this back down to POC at 3270 here. One more leg down would be my guess. Watching previous day POC and current POC on ES at 27s. Again, for the Russell, we're watching to see off of this break of balance how we react here at our POC 3270. And 33s on NQ. We are into our stacked imbalance here on footprint. This is our 30-second opening range high here on NQ. POC on ES. Immediate reaction of our stacked and balance. Need to see a pushback over 55s, right? This is our value edge. Expect your sellers to try to be aggressively defending this. Makes for a good first risk off if you are playing off of this lower edge from 33. Need to get back into value here if we want anything more. ES immediate bounce off of POC. Again, 55s, this is your offer. Above this, we then can test back into this node edge at 65s. As soon as the Russell starts to lose momentum, understand that that's where you need to start moving your stops up a little bit more aggressively if you did take a long off of this. Watch to see if we can rebid at 55 now, see if the bid can hold on the recovery of value, or if this is all that we get. Again, Russell coming up into our target. Need to be able to get through this pivot and recover our balance, or expect this edge to be resistance. Right? Either we recover it and make it supportive, or we expect where these buyers were for our seller to now be present for that rejection. For NQ, same thing, recovery of our value. We're now watching to see if that bid can aggressively defend here. If it offers below again, we probably seeing a new low. I would expect. Lack of Russell momentum, right? Market sells. Coming back up to our offer here into 60s. Twenty seconds until new 15s. We are in the middle of the range with new 15s here. Watching our reaction at our previous candle POC. Can we hold above, or is it going to fail? Again, this is the middle of the range between our red and green zone. Watching our previous candle 15 to see our reactions. Would like to see bids kind of maintain there, or it will be incredibly weak for buy side. Remember, yellow, the yellow box is the POC. Retesting our value low here on NQ. Yeah, this is so slow. I'm out like 90% of my position here. This is taking way too much effort to get this extra 5 points that I'm looking for. I'll leave a runner, but like, Jesus Christ. Retesting POC of previous candle again. Still just holding where we need to, but this is so weak. Thank you for clarifying. Mhm. I mean, I'm doing fine. Like, I made money on the trade, but I don't like this. It's such an awkward area. And now that we've basically like fully taken out that imbalance at the low, that buy side delta imbalance, it's like we don't have a ton here if this goes off sides. So like we really need to see this absorption that's taking place here at 55 to continue to hold and get the hell out of here. Or like this weakness is just going to be taken advantage of, and it's gonna, like, I would say probably go to overnight lows at least. So that's why I took off, because I can't. I mean, I had 5 contracts on, right? So like that's a lot of size for me. So taking off 4 and leaving a runner break even is just the only way that I could approach this with how choppy we are. Watching our Russell as we come back down into POC here at 3270. Last time the Russell weakness was our first sign. Do I think this holds? I don't know, man. Snow is below its. This is a new 52-week low, I believe. So maybe, but I have no clue what's going on with that thing. I'm gonna grab some water. Right back. Okay. This is kind of it, guys. It's like here, or we go to value low on Russell. We watch our reaction here into POC. We want to see a strong bid, or coming back down into this low is the only thing that makes sense to me. So POC holds here, or we're going to have some more downside pressure until we get back into this ETH low, value low area. It is very important that we see a bid and be able to break these lower highs on the Russell if we want to actually get out of this area. So want to see the ability to hold this 3270 and then a very strong bid and push over the most recent lower highs, or again, just coming back down into this value area makes a lot of sense. So this is kind of our short-term pivot here with NQ and ES kind of topping out and just a lot of absorption up here. Just no movement, lots of volume being exchanged. Garbage. Yeah. For NQ. Yeah, mine's at 20K as well. Oh, well, it just shifted actually down to 69s on the 15-second, but it was at 20K until about 3 minutes ago. Yeah, it'll shift for you very soon. Yeah, yeah, I mean definitely with it's like a B that's turning into a D. Like we definitely had two distributions and we like are just floating between them. And that LVN that's in between is just like this no man's land where price just doesn't care. And so like we're either going to like the lower distribution or the higher distribution. But the more times that we do this balanced area between the two B, like the upper distribution and the lower, the more it fills out to just create like a solid profile. Garbage. But that's basically how I've broken it down on the day, which is like either we're holding like your POC that you have as supportive on a look above, and then we're trading in the upper rotation, or we're holding it as resistance and then we're trading in the lower rotation. I don't trade, I don't look at Globex at all, personally. That might be to my own detriment, but I don't look at it. I just mark the overnight low and high. Mario does both profiles. I just find it like if I have too many levels, then all of a sudden like I don't have a solid plan. It's too much. That's like actually just a personal problem, but it's something that I've found like if I've got too much noise, then I have like no clue what's going on. Yeah, I think that that's fine, Sauce. Like if I traded Globex, then I'll have it on my chart because I'm familiar with the ranges and I'm familiar with the rotations. So like if I like traded all night or if I got on early, then I'll acknowledge them. But if I wasn't here for the action, then I'll just mark the high and the low and then just trade what's given throughout the session. But I get that's like purely personal. If I'm not familiar with the rotations, like I don't feel very comfortable. The one thing that I do keep on though is Globex VWAP is really important to me. Like having a regular VWAP and then a Globex chart with a VWAP on, so I can see the difference of like the overall positioning for both sessions. The one thing that I would really like to be able to work on this year is like I'm very good at smaller rotations and seeing like smaller auctions, but something that I'm don't excel in is being able to see that same order flow on a larger scale of knowing when like the actual bottom is in and then staying in that position for like 1,000 points. I'd really like to be able to get better at that. Right now I'm very confident in smaller like 20 to 60 points scalps, but like I don't have a solid enough grasp of shorter order flow to like actually know when like the shift has happened on the larger spectrum. Like we can have our higher time frame levels, but like I don't know, I can't read footprint well enough yet to know when those shifts occur where I can be like, oh yeah, I can hold this for 1,000 points. Like to me, that just seems like it's like nonsense. I'd like that to not feel like that. So that's what I'm trying to work on that this year. Yeah, for sure. I think like the biggest thing for me is just having to like actually pay attention to deltas on a larger scale. And it's very hard for me to do that because most of my reads are for smaller. So like having a like splitting my mind basically in two parts where like I'm paying attention to the overall order flow um compared to how we were trading earlier is just something that I don't really grasp. Like I do it like on a per candle basis instead of like a per day basis for deltas.
I feel like that's something you would probably want to automate into like maybe a little text box in the
Yeah.
where you can see like high time frame data.
Like there's an aggregate on Tradeovate that does that for you, but like I just don't pay attention to it. It's just like I really need to start focusing in on it.
Yeah, even if you could build like a support and like a high time frame like pivot area, that might be something that you could put on your chart. That would be a good addition to one of the indicators, and then you wouldn't even have to track it. Just have one of the indicators do it for you.
Yeah, maybe like a delta shift, or maybe like a cumulative version of just like when that shift happens. Something to think about. Definitely something to think about. So I think that's like one thing that's like really, I don't want to say missing, but that would benefit the indicator pack is something like that. The overall shift is like really important. We desperately need to get over this 90 here, guys. This 85.90 is where your offer is sitting. This is a really great area to move your stops up. If you are still in a trade. For ES, we are testing our value high. We need to make previous day value high supportive. We are basically at the exact same level as before, where this is where our resistance is on the day. The Russell is able to hold POC and bounce. We were able to objectively hold that 3270 and then push back up. As soon as we start to lose momentum, though, you need to be very careful, just like last time. I'm still in my runner from 40, but I don't know if it makes sense to hold this any longer here. We need to see a lot of excitement. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds left in this candle. I'm debating. Like if we can build here, we can tag 20K. Do I need the extra 10 points? No. New 15s, 10 seconds. I'm setting my stop right below previous day value high here. I'm shifting it from 40s. I think that if we don't see a strong reaction at 75s, we're coming back down to like that 65. And I don't want to take 20 points in potential unrealized. I just got stopped. Immediate reaction. See if we can get back over. This area is just tough. I don't want anything to do with it. If a new 15 is coming up as you're eyeing a trade, do you try to get in before or do you wait till that forms? Not sure if that leans. I feel like about this is I'm pulling this percentage out of my ass. I would say like 70% of the time on a new 15 we get a pullback into a level. So like if we're trending up, I'm looking to take a trade into a pullback into like either like POC, like right where we are now. Like the 65 is a very key level for me right now. Like, can we continue to hold these higher lows? The way that I usually reference it is if we're into a resistance, I'm not trying to take a trade onto a new 15. I'm waiting for a pullback to our previous area of support. So for me, like we're at this 85.90 and I know that there's not much above. So now I'm debating, does it make sense to hold a runner here if I know that there's like not a ton of structure until we get back down into this like 65? Because like, do I want to give up 20 points here on a pullback if I know that that pullback is pretty likely because we're at resistance and we're at our new 15? Or do I want to just stop out and then watch to see what happens as we push into 65s? And that was kind of my interpretation of this area, and that's why I stopped out there at 75s. Is it's like, why give back 20 points if I know that like that's more than likely where we're headed? Now we watch to see if the bid can hold at 65 push. Yeah, and that's usually how I find it. So like I expect us to come down like I was looking at two potential things here, Sauce. I was looking at the hold of our previous day value high as like our most bullish response off of that new 15. And then our very neutral / bearish response is coming back to fully come down into this POC and our previous structure here at like 65s. Because there's not a lot of deltas traded here in between. So it's like either we hold the higher low or we're coming all the way back down to where value was found last. So like again, like that's why my stop was right below previous day value. It's because like why take this risk for no reason when I can just bid now and get the same trade without having to worry about this chop. And I get like that 70% is like so arbitrary. Like I actually just made that up, but it feels like usually you're expecting a pullback and back into like a either wherever like the strong buy side deltas were on the candle before, or wherever like the POC was, and then we're just looking for a response there. Like it would have to be incredibly bullish for the new 15 to print, and then immediately one time frame up. Like you only really see that in strong trend, and we aren't in strong trend. We're in a slow grinding balance market. Your offer's sitting at 70 dubs. Just look at your previous 15. You see where POC is? So always being risk off into this while we wait. 70 to 54 right now. Was that helpful, Sauce? I'm sorry if I didn't really answer your question. I feel like I did, but it may have been confusing. Like it's all just scenario based. Here's your 70 offer. It's a good first risk off. We can build above, then we should be able to retest, but iffy. Yeah, and that's usually how I look at it. Is like that'll be if I wanted to add to a position. That's I'm like adding onto a new 15. That's why I always call out the new 15s, like because it'll give you an opportunity in whatever kind of structure or like trend to potentially get like a secondary entry or kind of reevaluate your trade. I think if 60s hold offer now that this doesn't look great. We've got some, we're now below those sell side deltas at 60, 65. And if those can now hold, then you can expect a bit more aggression from sellers here, would be my guess. Super tight. Still just kind of holding 60 on the bid with the offer trying to lower into it at 62.50. It's a very tight spread right now. Like that's we're figuring out if we're gonna get that continuation down. Again, I think like if we lose the 60 bid and that then goes offer, like there's a lot of potential for these sellers to start to gain some momentum. Just be very careful here. I would I'm flat, right? So just like again, not trying to mess with this until I see that either the clear loss of our bid or a clear push above our offer. Time is it? 2? Oh my god. We have 2 hours left. What is this? What a long day, man. This might be an interesting area to consider Braxton's AMD spread. It's down to that 80 level debit that I was talking about yesterday, that you might be able to find a better price to get in. His stop is I think at 50. So your risk to reward has gone up considerably for his idea of seasonality at an 80 debit. Now you have 30 cents of risk. Might be worth considering. Still pretty bearish with us failing to get over this. This is what we were talking about yesterday. This POC to value low of the previous day. But if we can build here, this is where we kind of want to start acknowledging that this might be the dip. This is our previous balance value area. So like if we can start to build here and find acceptance back over 157.10 and do something like this, then we can start to trade back up into these areas. If this is coming down, then it's going to be coming back down into this node structure here. And then we'll just look for something like that. But as we get down like closer to the stop, it's starting to interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think again, like, because it's not the idea isn't based off of price action. It's based off of seasonality and the asymmetry of it. But like your risk to reward now is far greater because you've lost what, like 25 cents of premium off of it. So you only have like 30 cents of risk right now that you're putting on. But like the same reward as before. So like if you were ever considering it, like this might be an interesting area to actually do something about it now. Because he got filled at what, like 105? Yeah. So not bad. And then you would still just maintain the same stop, right? Well, that's why I said it. So it's one of those, surely. Oh my god, either give us a new low or get me over 90s here. Something. One of the other. Choose one. ES doesn't look terrible. NQ is just kind of rough. So look over our previous day. I haven't been looking at flow at all today. Is it bad? Go look. I mean, it seems pretty neutral. What about shorter term? Like if we go to like less than 20 days. Oh, those got picked up on my lotto scanner, the 46s. They're up 35%. They the high was at 81%. Look at the volume to OI on these monsters. What is this? There's some really weird spreads going on Tesla right now. It just keeps coming in. Here's a new lotto. Very similar, the same price as that SPY call right now. Just popped. 17. This area just sucks. Like 2 hours left. And they're looking for 82s. QQQ. Seems ambitious. The idea here for something like that is that every attempt outside of value is going to result in a return back in. And for this area to be where you're looking for buyers to bid for a pushback up to value. Right, because it's a balanced day. So this is excess outside of value. Do we see that, guys? So all we're looking for on a balanced day is the ability to get back in and then bid through the range again. Like that's that idea here. But the problem is like this action is just so weak as of yet. You see how like we've entered back in and now we're just waiting to see if buy side can hold here. That look up. But I don't know about this area. Yeah. Well, blocks are hard. 'Cause, you know, you just don't know. Yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, the RR is much better now than it was before, so you've got that going for you. Now that you've said something, Dubs, it has to reverse now. You want it too bad, you know? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. It would be nice. We have another 4 minutes left on this candle. I still think that like 90 is your pivot. This area up here sucks. Russell back to top of range. What I mean by range is this is what we were trading. So can we break the rotation here? Like get out of balance or not? If we lose momentum on RTY here, it's like, okay, well, what's gonna pop us? Need some speed. Yeah, you definitely want to be trading micros, Patel. Micros give you way more flexibility than minis. Like, even if you're still just gonna like trade one mini, like just trade 10 micros so that you have the ability to scale out. $50 until new 15s. We are still trapped in this range. Who told me to stay for the full session? Should be a 30-day ban.
NYMEX diesel July futures settle at $2.53 a gallon. NYMEX
They
gasoline
just
July
added more of
futures
those
settle at
482
$2.54 a
QQQs.
gallon. NYMEX natural gas July futures settle at $2.62. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $80.90 a barrel. That's up 7 cents or 0.09%.
Are there any good shows coming out, Dubs? I feel like everything just ended. Drought until new shows. Yeah, what, the Bear on the 27th, I think. What about my weebs? Any new shows coming out that you're excited for? Yeah, I watched it. Anime is easy to keep up to date on because I just watch it at the gym. Like 15 minutes an episode, basically. I think this is the last episode. Oh no, it already happened. Yeah, Moonlight's over. That feels bad. So we just have Windbreaker on Thursdays now. Oh, Tower of God comes out soon for summer. Suicide Squad getting an anime adaptation? What? Oshinoko is getting season 2. Core 2 is coming out soon. That'll be this summer. Okay, so there's a couple. Yeah, The Boys is good. Oh, nice. Oshinoko season 2 is July 2nd. Big. Get me out of here. Did you like it? Thought it was good. Coming back down into our value low here in NQ. POC on ES. Russell middle of range. See if we get any like excited bids back into these 50s on NQ. God, get me out of here. All right, coming into our low here, value low on NQ. What we're looking for is any dips below to immediately be bought and then come back through for a bid. See if we get our holds or if we will see a shift out of this balance and a breakdown. Just get me out. So you need to see a strong bid here, or continuation down into the 30s makes a lot of sense. So either we hold our value edge on a look back in, or we actually get break out of our balance for continuation. 2 minutes, 30 seconds here. Nothing convincing as of yet for buy side. Want to see like a very strong look back in and bid from a excess outside of value. Again, remember what we talked about on QQQ. What? Where did I draw that? This is where we are, right? So we're looking for this excess outside, the ability to bid and then push back up. We're at our value low. So far, every attempt outside has been bought. We're going to maintain balance. We expect the bid to kind of remain here. So it either just holds the edge or on a look back down, we wait for a recovery and then we play it up. That's the only longing opportunity there is. Either a very tight stop into value low or the recovery of our value low and then playing off of that as supportive.
And Brent crude futures settle at $85.25 a barrel. That's up 24 cents or 0.28%.
Into our POC here, it's your first risk off of the look below value and immediate bid in return. Again, this is a balanced market. Either you're willing to trade it or just leave. Like, I don't know how to. It is what it is. Russell top of range here, retesting our POC shift. Another really solid rotation on RTY. Still need to see ES and NQ build above our previous day value highs for anything more. Those will continue to remain our intraday, our short-term top. Pushing into them now. See what our reactions are. Coming into our 85.90 on NQ. Again, this is our main pivot. This is our reoffer of our sell and top of the range. Russell into our value high. Any loss of momentum is going to be incredibly detrimental to this NQ and ES movement. We're looking for previous day value highs to be supportive on retests on both NQ and ES. If we're going to get anything higher. See if a bid steps in or if we fully rotate the range. there like a AI haircut app that'll just like put different haircuts on my head? AI haircut app. Really, that's a thing. AI haircut. Oh yeah, look at this. Do I still observe market internals much when scalping futures? It depends on the day type. It's not necessary, but I think for newer people, it's a really good secondary signal if you should be putting risk on or not. Like if we're just rotating 0 and we're in the middle of our range and we haven't done an extreme, like it's probably not a great area to consider taking a trade. For a tick, you would want to really be waiting to capitalize on these looks into the extremes for kind of exhaustion, right? So like this market here, this isn't what you want to be. This is garbage. What we want to be looking for is these looks into our extremes on the day and avoiding anything that looks like this, because this is just going to be either chop or trend continuation from whatever the last extreme was. So this can give you an idea of where to be looking to take a counter trend trade. So either like shorts up into our exhaustion highs or buys into our exhaustion lows, and then looking to take profit into your 0 level. So I think it can be a very, very good tool for those that are newer to trading and trying to find potential areas to execute. And also a really solid indicator to let you know when you should be avoiding areas when we don't have clear trend on tick. Like anytime we're just doing this like very micro rotation around 0 is an area that you should probably not be touching whatsoever, because you have no edge here. The market itself has no edge, right? There's no clear indication of direction. All you know is that this is a slow chop and grind down on tick right now. But from the extreme, right, we have the ability to kind of like have that low buy of where the sell side exhaustion is and where that high buy is, where there's buy buyer exhaustion, right? And then like the reaction into our 0 level from there can be pretty I do not need to look at it because I can see what I need to see just from experience. Just like I understand like I don't want to touch this. But for someone starting out, it could be like really useful to be like, oh, okay, yeah, there's no edge here. Hopefully that was helpful. Back to NQ value low from another rejection of our 8590 full range rotation. Hmm. If you are in shorts, this is a good first risk off as we come into our 30-second opening range on NQ. Remember this like 36 areas, our 30-second opening range low, or high, and our previous day POC. So it's just a good area to start to risk off some or move stops down, seeing as we're now back to our balance low where we found our dip last time. This goes, if this does become resistance and we failed to get back into value here, and we do something like this, we'll be watching that 33 edge for one more leg down into our 20 to 908. For long continuation, we want to see the recovery of our value low and bid, just like we've seen on every other balance trade. Right, we want to see this recovery and then push for entries. If you are looking to knife catch, right, your risk off is going to be into that value on any sort of reoffer until we can make it supportive. Testing our value now. See if our value can now hold is supportive on a bid back in. The first 30 seconds of the open, not 15 minutes. Mario uses the first 15 minutes. I use the first 30 seconds. It was not that untradeable. I mean, it was fine if you were willing to just trade the edges of the range, right? It's 33 to 85.90 is just the range. Still just trading in it. It's been pretty choppy. We're waiting to see, right, if we can hold value, get back into value here, Sauce. Value low. For another balance rotation, or if there's going to be a shift. Yeah, it looks alright. There's potentially a trapped seller down at that like 33 area on NQ. We can now hold value. That'd be ideal. If sell side can push us back below that 33, 35 area, like it's gonna be rough. But if we can build, then we have someone trapped, and then the rotation back up to POC on NQ makes sense. Later, Dubs. I just said that we got down to that area that I was talking about, that 80 debit price tag that we were talking about yesterday, that I thought would probably be a better buy. And that if you were considering it yesterday but you didn't take it, that you now have a better RR by using the same stop at 50, but having 25%, 25 cents off the original price. So yeah, you now only have like a 30-cent risk with the same reward because of time. Oh, give me some speed, man. Retesting the seller here at the low. That like 33.35 area on NQ. They're really trying to trap this guy down here. Still very mixed. 35 seconds left until new 15s. New 15s opening now. Yeah, so you're basically looking for a value low rejection. If we get back over value, it kind of invalidates it, but that would be kind of the key here is being able to just continue to find acceptance below. If not, then you're just gonna have an offside seller here, and then we get back into value and then rotate back up to POC. So this would be our first risk off for longs into value, 42s, 45s. You're looking for the offer to basically stick here. If you were playing off of 33, high or low. Not a ton here. Told you. Garbage. This like 53 to 56 area is your first PT if you are playing on the recovery of value. Above this, we look for 70, 75. But this is your first risk off. Fostering is a dangerous game. That's how I got my dog. Yeah, it's good. It'll be good for the dog anyways, socialize. Oh, what kind of dog? Those eyes are wild. Jeez. New 15s opening in 10 seconds. This is our reoffer here at 65.70. Remember, this is secondary PT as we push into this. We would need to see a pretty strong look above 70s for anything more. Mm. How old is she? She looks like maybe like one, like not full grown, maybe not even one. Or maybe it's just that she's like real skinny with no coat. 1, 2, yeah. Is she very vocal? It's my only issue with Huskies. You either love it or you hate it. Oh, okay, good. If you're introverted but you really like animals, that's like the best place to volunteer, by the way. If you're looking for like to get out there a bit, like volunteering at like the APL or something is so worth. It's a good way to like have something to do and like a hobby. Yeah, they're all understaffed. I did that a lot in college. Food bank and APL, like my go-to to like in any new area. If I ever move, that's like my first stop is always those two, just to like meet people. If not, like where else are you meeting people? Plus, like if as soon as you do that, like you're finding people that are at least like-minded in your valley. Uh, neither. I dropped out of school to start a company, an art company. I didn't go full-time trading until like very recently, last for like 5 years. I dropped out of school to start a business with my girlfriend at the time, my long-term girlfriend at the time. We both took a year off, and then that year off turned into just never going back because we had success with our business. So I never finished my degree. And I didn't stop working on that business until maybe like 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Time is so weird. Every time someone asks me a question about like years back, like I have no understanding of how old I am or how many years have passed. Anything in the last 10 years, I'm like incoherent. It might as well have been like 1 year ago, to be honest. Yeah, dude, as soon as that, like the Shrek is 23 years old, it's like that killed me. Into our secondary target here, previous day value high on NQ and ES. This has been our pivot over and over and over again. Can we make it supportive on a look above? That is the question. If you still are in a runner, this is a great area to more aggressively move your stop up. Pullbacks, we should be looking for a move back down into this 65, 60 area on NQ. Just based off of our previous POC, just right into here. Do you see what I mean by excess outside of value and then looking back in for that rotation back up to POC? Like that's balance. And again, like if you're unwilling to trade balance on a day like today, like there's not really a ton here for you. This afternoon session was tedious. Yeah, it couldn't be me on a day like today, to be honest. ES is great for trend days. I'm not a huge fan of it on balance days, personally. It's just way too slow. Buyers attempting with size here at 75s. We would really want these to hold or they're going to be offside on a look below. 75s can hold, then we can go for 90s. But again, if these guys go off sides, then it's absorption and there's just not much here. Two minutes, 20 seconds until new 15s. That'll be your last 15 minutes of the day. Russell back into our value high. ES back into our value high. Just trying to build up here in the last 15 minutes. We really need to see this bid now hold. Again, at this like 75 to 80 is kind of it. We've got a lot of volume now being exchanged here. This fails, right, then it's just a rotation back down, and there's nothing has changed, where this 85.90 is still just holding as our offer. If we had more time on the day, I'd be a lot more bullish, but like, what are we doing? Yeah, it's like the 75 holds, or you're going to see like a flash dip in this 67. This is going to be it. We push back down into this. I don't like it. Like if we had another 15 minutes on the day, or actually if we had another like 40 minutes on the day, this would be really nice, because then we could have a potential for a 3-bar for continuation with us just like building at POC. But like what? Now it's just like, okay, rotating and closing at previous day value high, and today's POC is just here. Ugly. If MOC can help push, awesome, but I'm definitely not depending on it. This week has felt a lot like people getting on the wrong side of trades, looking for a continuation, like being too bearish or too bullish, and then just us sitting sideways. Like even if like I look at Twitter, like there have been a lot of people on the wrong side of trades lately. Like looking for larger extended moves and then not taking what's being offered. I'm seeing a lot of that on FinTwit, where everyone wants to call like these huge continuations and then nothing happens. And that's difficult to trade, because you're having like large positioning happening on both sides, and it's like what, just come on, take what you can get. Like expansion will be clear when we get expansion. Trying to like preemptively trade before expansion and not just leave like a runner for it is just going to be so mentally draining. MOC close 1 minute. Has the MOC halfway back trade been working, Sauce, or has that been like nothing lately?
So looking now to the market on close imbalance, S&P 500, 440 million to the buy side, Nasdaq 100, 430 million to the buy side, Dow 30, 60 million to the buy side, Mag 7 stocks, 220 million to the buy side.
Pushing back into our 85.90 off of a hold of 67s. Just POC. I don't know if we're going to get more here. If we get over 90s, I can see a bit of excess into value high, but see what happens. You want this dip to be bought here, previous day value high, or there's nothing. RTY and ES able to push. NQ sideways. Untradable. Still waiting on NQ to figure out direction. '90s first risk off. Above this, looking for that 03, 05 area. '43s on ES. Secondary PT for NQ. 20s above this. If we can hold threes now. Into PT here on ES, 43 to 46. Pushing over our 46 into our 20 PT on NQ. If 46s, 43 to 46 can now stay bid, we should be looking for overnight high on ES. Russell losing momentum, ES and NQ pulling back. I'd be very careful looking for anything more. ES looks much better than NQ here with us holding that 46 edge for that push into 51s. Again, you should just be in a runner. I think taking an initial entry here is a terrible idea. You have a minute left on the day. Yeah. Those QQQ are at 262% right now. That's the day. Hopefully you listened to me and didn't try to long into the highs there. It looks pretty toppy. I will see you all tomorrow. Hopefully you had a good day. Hopefully you had a good morning, and then you realized that it was slow garbage and you decided to be more patient in the afternoon and not trade much. Yeah. All right, guys. Yeah. I will talk to you all tomorrow. Full range retrace, by the way, into after hours. Is this? Did I short? No, I'm not touching it, man. Hell no. This, I'm not gonna drop that. This sums up my day and me questioning why I stayed. All right, goodbye. See you for balance tomorrow.